Good evening. Tonight, we're back in the solo challenge. So, last time, we spent quite a while trying to make the magic of getting Mail Darkhold happen. Now, it is possible to beat it, synced at the very least. I believe it has been done with Warrior. But it requires that you are really good at spinning the final boss extremely fast. Oh, there's Coco. And I simply could not do that. I believe you would need a controller to do it quickly enough. Simply put, when I attempted it, the boss hit me with its abilities, which is what you try to stop by spinning the boss. The boss would hit me every time I changed direction. So even if you use legacy controls, which allows you to spin around the boss, simply because I'm using a keyboard which has a slightly more jagged movement pattern than like an analog stick, it isn't possible for me. I could like grab a controller, but I've never played the game with a controller, so I would instead lose because I don't know how to play the game. So it's like I had to give up. I could not do it. However, we have previously managed to beat content with a healer that a tank couldn't do. And one of the reasons why the boss beats us is because it outpaces my self-healing. That is the key problem if you're a tank. If the boss can outpace your self-healing, then it becomes a DPS race. And because you're alone, you will not win that race. Unless there's something extremely interesting going on here. However, there is a possibility that it can be done with a healer. On the other hand, it is also very possible that we manage to grind our way through the entire dungeon, reach the final boss, which again hits like 3 times harder than everything else in the dungeon for some reason. And then we can't do it. Instead, we could spend that 1 hour plus trying to do dungeons we haven't attempted before. And that would of course start with Aurum Vale. I'm presenting this because I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to choose. Would you rather see Scholar, it's going to be Scholar, attempting the Mail Darkhold, synced, not minimum item level, but synced, see if we can do it? Or would you rather say, well, you beat it with Blue Mage last time, that's good enough, let's move on, let's try something else. And then we would go on to Aurum Vale. Now I've presented the case, now I will make a poll. Skeleton Orchestra asks a very, very good question. Do you have any realistic hope Scholar will succeed, or is it just to see it fail? I don't know if it can do it. What I know is that Scholar might be able to heal, but the boss technically has a ranged attack that it will use quite frequently, so the kiting trick that you might have seen me do in Cotter's Cry will not completely nullify the fight. It is very likely that it will beat me anyway. So the point is that I don't know if we can beat it with Scholar. It is very possible that we spend an hour doing an attempt and getting nowhere. But if you would like to see me try, then you vote that. If you think, we've already seen enough to its Mail Darkhold, then you can vote to skip it. And here's the poll. Also, Hey Lemon, and Gelano, and Cal, and Hazian, and Coco, and Skeleton Orchestra, and Nimiali. It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. And Lemon says, does blue really count, is the question. Yeah, exactly. That is really it, does it count? Do you feel like it was cheating to use Blue Mage? Like, for me, when we beat a boss with Blue Mage, I view it as, you cannot beat it, or I cannot beat it with a regular job. Hence, we're using Blue Mage to showcase that, well, Blue Mage can do it. Like, someone can do it. It's not a normal job, but someone can do it. It's still better than saying it cannot be done. Like, for example, with Titan, where it was like, well, you can't really do it synced, except Blue Mage can actually outpace Titan to the point where not only can Blue Mage solo it, they can do it synced. And a normal job cannot do that, simply because Titan will kill you instantly after a certain time, and the only job that can do enough damage to do that is Blue Mage. But exactly, I was talking about this a little bit on the Discord earlier today, is I know some of you feel that seeing Blue Mage is really interesting, but for those that came to see, like, a challenge, like, see me beat content that is genuinely challenging, it might not be as entertaining to watch me just trounce bosses with Blue Mage, because in most dungeons, Blue Mage alone can easily beat it. Like, I know that. I know that. The only way to make it a challenge for Blue Mage is to, like, add restrictions to Blue Mage itself. Skeleton Orchestra says, all I want is 6.45 to add a way to solo Susano. Well, it might happen, given how often I put out a video saying something only for the following patch to invalidate it. However, then 6.4 should have added that, because I believe I said that Susano cannot be soloed in 6.35. Also, who is Else here? Who's this? Who this? Right, so we have a pretty strong majority saying Gunbreaker and Aurum Vale. Oh, it is your EU, Al Skeleton. I see. But in that case, we are going Gunbreaker in Aurum Vale. And now that of course leads to the follow-up question. Why Gunbreaker? As Hazian said earlier, warrior myself, heal beloved. The reason why we're going Gunbreaker is simply because Gunbreaker at level 45 get Aurora, which helps immensely with self-healing. And I am pretty confident it is significantly more than Thrill of Battle. And Warrior was already only barely beating Dark Knight, and Dark Knight is not beating Aurora. So I'm pretty sure Gunbreaker has the best chance of beating dungeons solo at this level. But yeah, I'm actually pretty happy to see that result, because my perspective was, if there was like a majority hoping that I was jumping back into the fray with Sumail Darkhold and then I didn't, then I could understand. That. And I would, like, if that was the decision, then I would of course jump back in. But I also understand that it might be extremely boring to watch me go back into Sumail Darkhold for another hour and have nothing to show for it. Ilana says we can copy the limitations and challenges they made for Mass Carnival. Like only using rank 1 spells? I don't think there is such a thing as a rank 1 spell. The restriction I was thinking of when I was thinking Blue Mage was actually the restriction of saying, like, reducing the amount of allowed spells, for example. Like, technically, I'm pretty confident you can beat something like Zastasha with 5 spells. Like, Basic Instinct, Ethereal Mimicry, Mighty Guard, White Wind, and 1 attack. Oh, rank. I actually forgot that that there's these stars. We could do that, like that would be a challenge, but the thing is that certain spells are basically a requirement to be able to solo anything with Blue Mage. Like, for example, as I said, Mighty Guard, Basic Instinct, and a heal, like White Wind, would be necessary to do it. But yeah, that would also be a way to do it, to say, like, certain ranks are only allowed. I feel like the ranks are a little bit weird. Like, a little bit random. Like, what's in rank 1? Why is Shokomichi on rank 1? Why is Ethereal Spark in rank 1? Why is Ultra Vibration in rank 1? A little bit strange. But we could try that at some point. For now, as I said, my thought process was that you don't need 24 spells to beat most dungeons as a Blue Mage. So it might be interesting to try that. And Lemon also has a good one. No missile cheese, like that one would be pretty significant. No missile, no ultra vibrate, like no death moves is a pretty simple restriction, because death moves, I don't think that is like, well actually, yeah it is. These are all one-shot moves. Like, well, launcher and missile technically doesn't one-shot anything, and neither does tail screw, but you know, you get the idea. They do obscene amounts of damage. At some point, bosses and regular mobs even, I think, start to like just resist it. Especially bosses, just in general, entire dungeons, when none of the bosses can be attacked by death moves, which of course make that restriction kind of moot. But in lower level dungeons, it is a little bit significant, like the boss in Zemail Darkhold might actually be challenging if you couldn't completely skip 95% of the fight by using missile. Anyway, for now, we're doing Aurum Vale with Gunbreaker. What happened to the music there? Let me just check my schema here for my HP amounts. We're supposed to be using X potions. Yeah, the Blue Carnival is interesting in its own right. I feel the thing with the Blue Carnival for me is that it itself pushes. I could have seen that coming. Pushes the Blue Mage to its limits, to a point where it didn't need to have extra restrictions. Like, many of the fights require something extremely specific of you. What? It has an AoE attack? Interesting. You know, Hazian, the thing with Aurum Vale is that there are two common ways to pull this room, and basically no one knows how to do either one correctly. So that's typically what goes wrong. Either you have someone that pulls this, like these mobs, alongside with the toad that we just fought. Or you get a group that you get a tank that tries to pull basically everything into the next room, which could work. I think I'm not going to survive this if I don't focus on the healing right now. 3 mobs is a lot. And my potions have a long cooldown now. Oh, it's because they have an ability, I think. That tends to be the cause of mobs that hit really, really, really hard, is that they use an ability when they get in range. I think I'm not going to survive this, though. Yeah, the cap bump. What? I got tripped by the menu. I didn't even know that you could do this. Like I didn't know this would happen. I have never tested that. Yeah, this reminds me of the skeletons in Zemail Darkhold that uses like an OGCD attack on top of their basic attacks. It's very fun. Yeah, Bob Living Dead. The Living Dead you wouldn't have, indeed. These F stools are ridiculous. Yeah, that is the awkward thing, exactly, Lemon. That is also what Coco is sort of referring to. A long time ago, we did, I believe we did leveling roulette with Small Kai, and Coco was tanking it, and we got Aurum Vale, something like that. And we pulled a little much. And I desperately suggested that Coco should use Living Dead, forgetting that you don't have that at level 49. You're not leaving this place alive. You just see the Asian symbols appear in front of the F stools. Skeleton says, so all I do is tote these mushrooms to plants and then pull them into the boss from behind line of sight. Yeah, that is also what I typically do, and that is also the common Blue Mage pull. Like if you're trying to speedrun for Moogle tomestones, that is sort of what you do. The real scary part here is that we have to really like choose between health or damage, and some of these mobs are going to outrun our healing if we don't get rid of them. So it's a tough choice. And also true, we're level 47. I think this gets like the trash packs become like indirectly a little easier once we get out of this first room, simply because this first room is like disarming a bomb. Technically, just for the record, I am aware that I could probably have skipped everything in this room by just sneaking carefully through it. But if we wipe on the first boss for any reason, then I'd rather not have to do that trick again. Like, I don't want to do it 2 times, so it's better to just clear a path. But yeah, doing Mass Carnival for allied tokens is a good idea. The reason why I don't bother is simply because it takes time, and the tickets. I actually, for a while, I put my tickets in my Chocobo saddlebag because I didn't want to click that extra key press to teleport everywhere. Ah, yes. Don't you love the sudden, no warning tank busters? Was that before they added the teleport budget menu? The what? I don't know what that is. Oh boy. This is going to be really hard. Can I kite this? I don't think it matters that much, because it's just going to do that. That is an insane amount of damage. Am I missing something? Yeah, the problem is, as it often is, that I need to get close to heal. And I can't do that without it smacking me. So this is a... I feel like this is a... I think this might not be the tank run. Maybe you could step through the center of the boss to dodge it? Maybe. The problem is that I don't know when the boss is doing it. I don't, like, by the time the boss, like, starts the animation, it is probably already snapshotted me. So I'm probably already hit by that point. And there is no tell for that, like, tank buster. The only way to make it predictable is if I run away from the boss for a bit. Because if I do that, then it's going to use it the instant I'm in range. But if we do it that way, it's going to hit me because I can't make it under it. Janam says there is an option to only use the ticket if the teleport costs a certain amount of gil. When did they add that option? And where is that option? But it wouldn't surprise me if we can, like, cheese it by spinning it or something, as we discovered when we previously, actually, well, that didn't work. It feels like it snaps to me the instant that it chooses to do the cleave. Yeah, no. No, that doesn't seem to work. It seems like it just snaps to me and then does the clap. Oh yeah, and the dot doing a ridiculous amount doesn't help either. In teleport menu. When was this added? Exactly, Lemon. I was thinking of the unequip and cheese where we discovered that it actually like snaps to you, but then it gives it a second. In teleport menu. Well, like I can't access that from here. I don't think Gunbreaker can do it. We can try with a healer. I think that might be better. We're going to take way more damage from the claps, but I know that a healer can actually solo coin counter because I've already done that by accident. I think Scholar is going to be the stronger option actually, simply because of Ruin. Anyone remember Ruin 2 in Kato's Cry? Now, the real difficult part is going to be actually while we're here. Oh, there. How long has this been in the game? I don't think I've ever noticed that cogwheel. Genuinely, I've never noticed it. Well, isn't that something? But thank you. I learned something new. And it has nothing to do with soloing even. It's incredible. But you know what? Yeah, Orion says you can use that cogwheel to automatically use teleport vouchers. Yeah, that makes sense. That would remove my specific gripe with it. Now, I am actually pretty happy that it was the first boss that was, like, nigh impossible. Because if it was, like, the second boss, we would have had to be here for way longer. Also, on a completely different note, what potion do I need? Mega potions. Yeah, I believe before Endwalker, the maximum price you had to ever pay for any teleport was 999, which became a little silly because, like, 80% of your teleport destinations were 999, regardless of where you were in the world. So it was a little ridiculous. So they adjusted the price formula, but then also increased the loft. And Coco says, is that monitor on 100% brightness? No, that's my spreadsheet. It is white. That's why it does this. Like, shh. You can see it. Like, I switch to the spreadsheet. Because spreadsheets be like that. Mega potion! Hey, Coupage. Yeah, that is a very long time. Now that you mention it, very, very long time. Hope you're doing well. No. Don't yoink me, bro. Don't yoink me. Oh right, we have instant lust rate heals. Like I've completely forgotten about this. This is wait, it resets? What? What's this? World of Warcraft? What? That's cheating. That's cheating. It just denies me the option to kite it by just going nah. I just reset if you do that. The yoink is technically a knockback, that is true, but apparently I managed to cancel it by just outranging it. Pretty smart. Also, why am I casting Ruin 1? I'm in melee range. Am I doing more damage than I did on Gunbreaker? Page says, real life got me. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing better now, hopefully. I'm doing well. Good to see you again. Guess who forgot to put repos on his boss? One guess as who? Ow. Meow. No, no. Ow, 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 ow. Relax. Relax, bros. What was that? How about I just focus on the one? Back for more. You are not leaving. You're not. What was it? What's the quote again? You will not leave this place alive. Asian mask. You know, on one hand, having my pet follow me around actually causes it to lose casts, like embrace casts, because it has to chase me down. On the other hand, if I place it somewhere, I have to actively like command it around, and I'm going to forget that. Like, guaranteed, I'm going to forget that, and then my pet is just standing somewhere. Or worse, it just despawns. Come back! My carbuncle just coming, chase me around going, I need to wiggle my paws at you to heal you. And hey Ravio, hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Don't mind me trying to read chat while just running. Just running into a wall. .1%? Really? Right. Ryan says there are 2 side rooms in Copperbill that people always want to pull, and they're like one of the few rooms out there that leash. Actually, I don't know if they still do that after the Copperbill Mines rework. But before the rework, like some of the first packs in Copperbill Mines were actually leashing for some reason. And hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Mario Knight. Thank you so much, and welcome to the stream. I don't recognize the name, but welcome. Glad to see you. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, leashing just in general in MMOs feels really weird, honestly. It is funny, in World of Warcraft, at least in like vanilla, you could leash mobs for like miles if you just kept attacking them. Like, that was the only requirement for them to stick to you, was you had to... ow, okay, they hit really hard. This might not actually be a good idea. Apparently they hit way harder if you get up close. Ow, 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 ow. Come on. Come on, repose. Please. Thank you. Now, you come with me. Come on. Don't reset on me now. Don't reset on me now. Hello, Genyi? Is that right? Genyi? Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. You're about to cast resurrection on yourself. I need some resuscitation after all this damage, you see. I'm doing the bunker mode here. You thought this was Final Fantasy XIV, but it's actually like a World War II shooter game. Choose your pick, whichever one. Preferably one where you can hide in a bunker. Or behind like a sandbags or something. Right, I think we've cleared everything we need to reach the boss. Now the question is, will the boss just smack me and I'm dead? And also, will you move, mate? Can you? Mayhaps? Not exactly what I was thinking, not exactly what I had in mind, and also that. But let's see if I can make this work. Oof. You know, this very smart maneuver here was me putting repose on my bars in the middle of a fight. Now that is big brain. You know what would be really cool? Like a circle that indicated in the range of embrace. That would be pretty neat. Can we have that? Could we have that? Then I could just like kite the boss around that. I'm going over here. No. Oh, I dodged it. I'm going this way. Bye. Bye. Have a real good time. I'm going this way. Ow. Oh my goodness. Wham! Wham! Don't do that, please. That's painful. Do not do that, please. Can we make that a rule, Locksmith? Why are you here, Locksmith? Uh-oh, this is going to... Ow! Drink a potion. Am I in range? I am not. Wonderful. I'm running this way. Bye. Give me an... Ow. Another one of those dot stacks. Yeah, please. Good. Don't. You better not. Oh boy. Imagine if I had a stun, yeah. That would be pretty neat. Ah. Don't do it. Locksmith. You better not. Don't tase me, bro. Ow. Leave me alone. Oof. I think we've gotten further than we did with Gunbreaker. It's not much, but I'm pretty sure we've beaten our record. Ah. I think I'm going down. Do the fruits keep respawning? It seems like they do. Oh, I dodged it again. Nice. I'll take this real quick. That was unnecessary damage, to put it lightly. Ow. Oof. That is ridiculous range, Locksmith. You know that is cheating. It doesn't, like, that's unfair. That's not how the game works. You can't just queue up a cone attack and then just act like it has infinite range. That's not how this game works. You know that. Ow, I took a lot of damage I could have avoided there. Yeah. So many potions. This is reminiscent of of many other dungeons we've done as a scholar, where I literally had to kite endlessly because I was always one single hit away from like literally mobs that could two-shot me. So hard to do that. Like, imagine playing any game and you only have like 2 HP. Oh yeah, like basically like, oh, I think this might be it. Can you stop chasing me? Thank you. And then it did 0 damage because I didn't see I had a crit. Wasted a lustrate. I'm forgetting my dot. Wow. Ow! That's ridiculous damage. Can you maybe not chase me? Thank you. Perfect. I'm just gonna eat this when I can manage to actually point my cursor correctly. Yeah, sorry, I'm not responding to chat right now. It's way too long of a fight for me to wipe because I wasn't paying attention for a second. Can you? It's not exactly what I was hoping for, but this might work. Just stay over there. Let me just yoink that. Oh. Oh, it's so painful. It's so scary. Like when I'm at like 80% HP or less, it could just end me in a single hit. Like just, oh, surprise, you're dead. It's so scary. Wait, I didn't eat it? Eat it! Thank you! Just get confused, please. Stop for random reasons, boss. That makes it a lot easier for me. Can you do that? Just one final time. Wow. Well, we got him. We got Locksmith. I believe coin counter's a lot easier. Let me just scroll back through the chat. Orion with the kited dragons from Dustbellow Marsh. I mean, there's some bosses, like raid bosses, you could kite to Stormwind. And Skeleton says, imagine if it leashed at 1%. How do you generate the charges again? I'm assuming you mean the ether flows? It's just you get 3 every minute from the ether flow ability. Gambler says you can move and cast with Summoner. We can with Scholar. Summoner lost the ability to do that with their rework in Endwalker. But Summoner technically has Ruin 2. It's just it goes Ruin 1, then it upgrades Ruin 1 to Ruin 2, but it's a different Ruin 2, and then Ruin 2 upgrades to Ruin 3, but it's, you know, it's just an upgrade, and then Ruin 4 is a separate ability, or actually spell, but it's not an upgrade. It's really weird. And Coco said, don't tase me, bro. You know, with a taser. I see that Lemon also said all this. And also, again, welcome, Marionite. You were quiet before, but welcome to the Cult of the Pink. I'm soloing dungeons to see if I can. There is no practical benefit to doing it. It is better to just do it without scaling your level down. The only reason that we're doing it is to see if we can. Because it's entertaining and it's funny. And if you open your duty finder menu, like, you know, there's like the menu over here, I can't see it while I'm in the dungeon. Up in the top left, there's like a cogwheel. If you click that, you can choose options like unrestricted party, that allows you to enter a dungeon with no one else. And that also lets you not scale down if you don't feel like it. Now we just have the rest of the dungeon. That was inefficient. How much damage do you guys do? I wonder if it's the hardest boss, because the final boss also has a tank buster with no warning. Did someone else beat the boss we just did with an exploit solo? What is that exploit, Skeleton? Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure we could not have done that without kiting. It gave us so much less damage taken, and I'm pretty sure we skipped a lot of tank busters. So incredible amounts of damage. But the bright side is, if I remember correctly, the final boss, its debuff that is removed with the fruits, it just makes the boss's abilities hit harder. It doesn't actually have a dot attached to it, unlike the first boss. So, if you're not expecting an attack to come in and hurt you a lot, then you don't have to eat a fruit on the final boss. Stuck on terrain. Skeleton says there's a bit of terrain that the boss can't path around, so you can pop out, slap an attack, and pop back out of line of sight, invalidating the fight. Ah, I see. I didn't know that. It just like how in the male Darkhold, I gave up and said I don't think it can be done. And then after the fact, I learned, well, not after the fact, but I was told right then and there that someone else had done it by spinning the boss like a Beyblade, just running around it within like 1 yalm distance, which I couldn't do. So I changed my my statement to I can't do it. I'm glad to hear that, Skeleton. Thank you. Do these guys? I just want 1 pack. Come with me. Come this way. Come on down. Let me show you around the place. We're going on a little tour the Aurum Vale, because you know there's this big room down the hall here that is really easy to kite mobs in. You know what I mean? Have you ever been to this boss's hall? Yeah, I might be your senior actually. What do you think? You want to move in? The rent is pretty high, so maybe it's not in your price range, but pretty roomy, isn't it? There's tons of golden puddles of things on the floor. You like that, don't you? $720 crit. I'm telling you, Scholar would not be able to solo anything if it wasn't for kiting. I might as well like turn the boss back around and run back to where the mobs were. Save a little bit of running time. Yeah, coin counter is weirdly easy in a way. If you can out-heal his basic attacks, everything else is avoidable, as far as I know. Hey! What is the big one doing? Is he not coming? Oh, these guys have OGCDs. Awesome. I love it when they have that. That is precisely why we're just indiscriminately kiting everything, not even taking a chance to see if we can fight them fair and square, because we can't. Ow. Seems like everything in this dungeon has like a melee OGCD to sucker punch you with. That does explain why things hit so hard. Even on a tank. Oh, Lemon is composing a song? What's the song about? And will you tell us about it? And you are also correct, multitasking is effectively not a thing. If I remember correctly, I read that your brain does not do multiple tasks at once. It just flips between multiple tasks very quickly. I don't know how valid that is. But that's what I heard. Ow. Oh, that one just smacks me for 500 per swing. That's cool. That's fair. That's nice. Will you join me in the big room, Bane Mate? Imagine being able to not run at your enemies. that is a really good one, like, that is also very true. The brain is the most important organ. According to the brain. The brain is also incredible and perfect and does no wrong. According to the brain. Oh. Gilano says, in 1.0 there was gas in these rooms that applied the dots, even if you didn't step in goo or anything, and you had to eat the fruits all at once between pulls. Oh boy, that sounds like a terrible time. But I think in 1.0, like, even a regular mob out in the world was intentionally a lot harder. Like, even a regular mob was intended to be a challenge. Which I think is a good thing. Are you kidding me? Oh, he finally did something. Nice. Yes, I planned to do that. Don't worry about it. Okay, he can't. He do be smacking though. It was an 8-man. Aurum Vale was basically a raid. Well, I don't know if raids were 8-man back in 1.0 days, but that is really cool. It also says a lot about a lot of things they decided to change, maybe. That it's a 4-man now. Dodge. Just genuinely difficult dungeons that aren't meant to be beaten in a single sitting sounds really awesome to me. Like, if I could, like, make a checkpoint in a dungeon, or that we could, or like in some way we could easily go back to, like, the final boss in Male Darkhold, I would be a lot more likely to, like, test things, by the way. Just speaking of the fact that, many a boss fight has a checkpoint in the middle. Licky, I don't feel like an ultimate is the same as an 8-man dungeon. It's just a really long boss fight. Apparently that attack only happens when he's below 70%, apparently. Back in 1.0, you used to be able to change jobs at any time outside of combat. You know, that sort of makes sense. In 1.0, I believe you could also, like, I'm pretty sure I read that you could wear any equipment as any job. Like, if you were too low level to wear something, it just gave you less stats. And if you were the wrong job for something, it just gave you less stats. So that would make it a lot less of a disaster if someone were to switch job in the middle of a dungeon. I just really want to underline the difficulty difference between Coin Counter and Locksmith. I'm not using Lost Rate. I've only been using Energy Drain on this fight. Also, speaking of, Skeleton says, how did that work with cooldowns? If you actually take, like, if you're logged into Final Fantasy XIV right now, if you're logged in on your ult that you had placed in my house, that might be a little difficult. But if you try and use a cooldown on the job you have currently equipped, and then switch to a different job, there is an extremely high chance that some unrelated action on that job is on cooldown. Like, certain actions just share cooldown across jobs. It's especially weird when the action on one job is like a 2-minute cooldown, but the cooldown it shares with on a different job is like 30-second cooldown with 2 charges or something like that. It really looks weird when that happens. Oh yeah, my intervene is on a 2-minute cooldown somehow. I did that recently. I got a 30-second cooldown on Peloton. Well, there you go. That is actually a really good example. You know, I was really confused because I was thinking of that time when we did the Cutter's Cry and I ran completely out of MP, like entirely dry. And we don't run dry in this dungeon, but I forgot the part where in Cutter's Cry we didn't have Ether Flow. That does make a huge difference. And yeah, I agree with that, Orion. When we think back to the old days in an MMO, a huge part of that experience was the people we played with and the place you were in mentally at the time. So even if you had the game, in fact, even if you had the game and the people, it might still not be right. It might still be missing something. Which I think is part of the reason why, like, for example, Classic WoW, when that started, that it didn't, like, it wasn't the same, because basically everyone is in a completely different mindset nowadays. This has been one heckin' chonker of a boss. Like, despite it being not even remotely difficult compared to Locksmith, or scary for that matter, it feels like this boss was nearly as long as Locksmith just because the boss has so much HP. Is it just me, or is it actually that chonky? Chonky! You're big, Coin Counter. That's what I'm saying. You're huge. You're a big boy. If only you did damage like a big boy. Like, that HP pool was incredible, because I genuinely... Were we on that boss for like 8 minutes? What is... Yes, give me those. Thank you. Oh, they reset. Wonderful. That makes this really complicated. I think we might be able to skip the rest of this room. I hope, because if those mobs also reset, I don't think we can kill them. Skeleton says Ragnarok's healers are awesome, placing tiny circles on the ground that block a certain number of either physical or magic damage, and being expected to use that to protect every party member from AoE. That is insane. It reminds me a little bit of the silliness that was the fact that monks in World of Warcraft, when they were rather new, you could... one of the most efficient ways to heal anything was to just place down healing spheres. You just placed them on the ground, but there's nothing that prevented you from placing them on people. Like, the intended use was that you placed them so that people could run into them when they needed them, but you could just place them directly on someone. And they were extremely mana efficient because you weren't supposed to use them like that. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Just sneaking by. Don't mind me. This might be a problem. I think... Oh wait, there's this guy. But that does sound really cool. That you had, like, options to prevent damage in that way. You know, the scariest part about the bosses being basically a test of endurance is that we might actually be pressed for time on the last boss. Are they just two? Hey, are you just two? Oh, it's immune to sleep. Awesome. Apparently the big one never sleeps. It's just immune to that. This is a really, really awkward hallway to kite in. Well, of course you would be immune to sleep, Lemon. If we were mobs in Final Fantasy XIV, we would all be bosses. Oh, Bane Might, why do you hit so hard? Oh, Bane Might. How? Okay, that is a lot. That is quite a lot you're pulling. Oh boy, I'm very scared of my dash through these boys. Excuse me, excuse me. The train switched lane, don't worry about it. Oh, that is cruel, Orion. Orion says, I would want a Gurtuk Blood Boil mechanic. Be immune to taunt, but also require tank switches. That is, mean. But you know, that would actually make it very challenging, because then the tanks would really have to manage their threat or enmity. Just shirk. Well, you can do that, but if one tank is significantly better at damage than the other, then you might be in trouble. Because shirk is only 25%, remember. It's not like a complete tank switch. Shirk is only 25%. I'm pretty sure it's 25%. No, still 25%. It's not been changed. They buffed Provoke, as far as I could see. I don't think it was mentioned in any patch notes, but in Shadowbringers, I tested and found that, without a doubt, Provoke did somewhere in the ballpark of 2,000 enmity. Like 2,000 potencies worth of enmity. In Endwalker, it's not 2,000. I'm not sure how much it is. I didn't spend nearly... Ow, that is an insane auto attack. I didn't spend nearly as much time testing it, but my estimate said that it did 4,000 enmity. Like, 4,000 potencies worth of enmity, of course. So yeah, Provoke is crazy, but if Taunt doesn't work, then presumably it would be immune to the enmity applied by Provoke as well. And that is also true, Skeleton. The main tank could just turn their tank stance off until the off tank catches up. But the thing is that in like combat where you need 2 tanks, it is not uncommon for the off tank to just turn off their tank stance while they're not needed. Which wouldn't work in this particular scenario, because then you would be so far behind. The hard part with these gold vines is finding an opportunity. What's with this mob's damage? Some of its auto attacks do 350, others do 900. Like, how big is that damage range? That is ridiculous. That also reminds me, it's been a while, but so Blue Mages have this spell, I believe it's called Malediction of Water, which actually pushes allies. Like, it pushes both enemies and allies. But it only works on players that are in combat, just like Rescue, for example. But I believe I discovered you can put a friend in combat by having a so you have a tank smack a striking dummy. Do they all pull together? Oh boy. You better not reset if I run out of this room, because then we're in trouble. But yeah, I believe you can use... so you have a tank smack a striking dummy, and then you use Shirk on your unsuspecting victim, which puts them in combat because you gave them enmity. And I'm pretty sure it works, regardless of whether you're in combat or not. And then, once you have the person in combat, you can do all the shenanigans you want, which does include, but are not limited to, using Rescue to drag them across the entire zone, and using Blue Mage Malediction of Water to push them anywhere you like. And if you plan, if you use like a pull timer, well, actually you can't do that because someone would be in combat. But if you time so that you can use Malediction of Water exactly right, you can have like a line of 7 Blue Mages instantly transport someone 70 yalms down the street, which is just funny in its own right. There's no particular use for it. It's just funny. So also keep that in mind. The next time you do some Blue Mage content, that if someone seems to be only using 23 spells, there might be some shenanigans afoot. They might be bringing Malediction of Water. Now, I don't know how you would actually identify that they're only bringing 23 spells, but let's say you could count them. Then you would know. Everything is so tanky. Why, Bane Might? Why oh why do you have so much HP? They call him big. And just big the Scorpion. Step 1, turn on animation. Step 2, go blind. Yeah, also you have to count the spells of one of the Blue Mages in this presumably 8-man group of Blue Mages. So figure out which one of the Blue Mages used Serpenaka 4 times in that very instant, when everyone uses their Moonflute burst together. Finally! Now we just have the boss, and we have 35 minutes to beat it. Now the question is... Skeleton Orchestra says, what's next after this? That is a good question. The question is whether we do the MSQ roulette things. Wait, I don't even have a food buff. That was not exactly helping me. But yeah, I'm not sure what we're doing after this, but we'll figure it out. Hey, wait, I thought... Did you see that? Did everyone just take out your notebooks? I dodged the tank buster because the boss missed me. Like, I actually just stepped aside and it missed. Oh. Miss? Now the question is, how long will this take? Oh, I might get hit by that one. Nope. That is a really slow tank buster. That is impressively slow. The bad breath is actually really scary. If I get hit by that, it's basically instant wipe. Oh, right. Of course it would do that. They respawn, right? Hey, Kalia! How are you doing? Okay, the reason why I was worried about that is because in the locksmith fight, it repeatedly gave me like actual announcements in the chat saying, oh, the fruits have respawned. But it isn't actually telling me anything in this one. So I can't know for sure. Can you stop with that? Those hooked birds. The test of your reflexes, indeed. Uh-oh, I'm getting hit by that one. Hey, Coco. Did you go away? Well, you're back for the boss, so you didn't miss everything. Oh yeah, it says new mobile troops have spawned. Galia says, okay, we had 5th healer as warrior. Now we also have 5th tank. You could say that. I got interrupted. I wonder if that actually counts, though. We're not really tanking. We're just kinda avoiding duty. We're just choosing to not play. That is true, there's still the soul mechanic. We don't know how that is going to play out. That does mean I'll have to come in close. Now I'm wondering when it starts doing that. Oh, there it comes. There you go. That's how that's done. Just need to get in close for three Arts of War, and we're good. Yeah. I'm going to guess that we're going to see a lot of souls. Like, if it starts doing that at 50%... Oh, this is going to be painful. Did it just use Vine Probe and I didn't realize? I thought it was using the burrows. Hey Mia, how are you doing? We're doing very well. We tried Aurum Vale with Gunbreaker. Turned out that Locksmith is too strong. Meanwhile, guess who can do it? Of course. Who else but Scholar? The master solo job. Uh-oh. Come on! Stop paralyzing me! Whew! Survived! Oh boy! And that's why you bring Echo Drops. You haven't missed all the stream, Emir. We're doing more after this. All the quality content of Ruin 2 spam. It is a little finicky to dodge the Vine Probe in melee range like that. I think most of the time I've dodged it by just being so far away that it just... I'm like already miles from here when it actually starts. Like there. But if I'm right up in its face, it's a little harder. There you go. 67 minutes. Thank you. That was tough. I really thought it had me on the bad breath there. That was the sweaty hands, certainly. And every single time I almost had an Azul, it's like, oh, paralysis. Like, I think that was as bad as it could be. So, if you ever needed a reason to bring Echo Drops, there you go. Like, if I hadn't had Echo Drops, this would have been over. A lack of Art of War spam. Yeah, that is an unfortunate reality of solo content. The tanks don't use AoE because it doesn't heal them. The healers don't use AoE because it's not ranged. And the reason why Scholar is better than Sage is such a specific thing, because if Sage had Ruin 2, then Sage would have been better. The reason why Scholar is better is just because of Ruin 2. The reason why Sage can't compete with that is because Sage, while they can heal for slightly more per GCD if they're attacking, they cannot attack while running. And like the big deciding factor for Sage is that you can use your creation diagnosis while running, whereas you can't use Adlocurium. Like most of the time I used Adlocurium either because I had to or because the boss stopped to cast something. Because in any other situation it was actually dangerous to even put the shield up in the first place. Oh, and I'm outside the house now. Let me just get back in the house. Yeah. Can you solo Aurum Vale? Minimum level. Yes. Oh. Delano's here now. But yeah, yes, you can. And thank me who else for helping Kasai with the clip on Discord. And welcome to the stream. So for anyone just tuning in, we just finished soloing Aurum Vale. It took 67 minutes. And we tried doing it with a tank. The first boss had so much damage that it was not possible. Just to put it into perspective, on the first boss, I basically used potions, Lustrate on cooldown, Fey Illumination, and I don't know how much that actually helped, but also Whispering Dawn, basically on cooldown. Used every single tool I had. I even used Swift Cast to use Adlocurium on me every minute, and sometimes I would stop to cast Adlocurium to keep myself healthy, because the Tank Buster did like 80% of my HP every time, and the Tank Buster had no warning, and it could not be dodged. We tried. But we beat it. Then on coin counter, I used nothing. I simply just ran around and attacked it. I did not have to use Lustrate. I did not have to use Adlocurium. I didn't have to use Whispering Dawn. I just let my pet heal me and it was fine. On the final boss, we had to use Lustrate sometimes. And I did use Adlocurium occasionally, just to be sure, because there was an attack that could hit hard. But the final boss, I can't even remember, what is its name? The Miser's Mistress. Its Tank Buster was avoidable. It was genuinely just avoidable. We just dodge it. Which means that if you could beat the locksmith, if you could beat the locksmith with any job, then you can presumably beat the rest of the bosses. Seti for free says, did you record the run? No, unfortunately I didn't. I guess you'll just have to take my word for it and not rewind the stream to like an hour and 20 minutes ago. I keep the stream VODs on the channel, so if you ever want to see any stream, they will be on the channel. If a stream suddenly disappears from the channel, it is not because of me. So yeah, it is here. If you want to see the run, you can. Now the question is, what do we do now? Seti for free says, no, I'm asking because you might want to upload the run separately or not. I don't know if I would. I haven't uploaded the clears of other dungeons, like they're in the streams, but I could do that. I might make a video out of it, but it would of course have the stream quality. Part of the reason why I don't record my streams separately is both because that would take a mind-boggling amount of disk space that I don't have. Specifically that I don't have, and I don't know what I would do out of the streams at the moment. Emia says, did you say anything to me after I left yesterday? Did you ask something you didn't get an answer to? I think I might have said goodnight, Emia. But yeah, I might make a video. I don't know if I will. I have considered making videos on whether you can solo the different dungeons that we did. But I haven't. At least not yet. And if I did, I would almost certainly be using stream footage, because I will not solo Sastasha again from start to finish. Just to have a nice recording of it. For some reason, when you download YouTube videos, even like as the creator, there's an actual like download button. You get it in like 720p and not 1080. It is fun, but the key thing is that it's fun to do, especially on stream, because then I'm not sitting there alone. Orion says, you didn't get roughed up by the owl. What do you mean? Huh? We were talking about a good starter job for PvP. Right. For Frontline, just to finish on that one then. For Frontline, most jobs are fine. The problem yesterday was... Oh, Gary Oak is here. The bot Gary Oak. Wow. I didn't know Gary Oak was into Final Fantasy XIV. Most jobs are fine for Frontline to learn with. But specifically Gunbreaker and Machinist, and to some degree I would say Astrologian, might be really hard in Frontline because of different reasons. Gunbreaker because you actually need to know what does Drawn Junction do depending on who you use it on. And Machinist because while you're ranged, Bioblaster forces you to come in close regularly, which is not nice. And Astrologian's buffs only works on your party, and in Frontline, you might not be with your party. So Astrologian is very weak if you're not queuing with friends, like over voice comms or something, so that you can like coordinate with them. So like Gunbreaker, Machinist, and Astrologian, I would say don't start with those in Frontline. They might be good. They might be good in Frontline. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying that choosing to start with those is a bad idea, because it's going to make it very hard for you to learn the content. Most other jobs, it's a matter of try it, see if it works for you, and that's probably okay. In Crystalline Conflict, it's a completely different story, but there I would say try some jobs in Frontline, see what you like, and then hop into Crystalline Conflict with that job. Skeleton says, I like Sage for PvP. You stand back, use your cooldowns, and lunge on anyone who gets swarmed by your team and blast them. Yeah, Sage is like a weird melee job in a way. Oh, Orion said someone was alluding to the Duolingo owl, pressuring them into studying. I do my Duolingo lessons shortly before stream, because else I might miss the date. And you know what? Sorry. Let me just check the app. Let me just check something. Oh, I thought it was a lot closer. Like, I'm just saying I have a 937 streak of days, so that would be a shame to lose that, wouldn't it? 937. The guy blinked twice at the Duolingo owl is holding you hostage. It's not. I have not received any mean reminders from Duolingo. I get reminders. Now, anyway, on a more stream-specific note, I don't know what we should do. So let me just check something here. So an extremely interesting Legacy's next dungeon solo. So the question is, what are we doing next? So if we look at this, the next dungeon is Wanderer's Palace. So we could try that one. The question is whether we want to do it like that. Do we want to do... How many are there? $19 dungeons and all of these trials, or do we want to take some best ofs and have a little bit of fun with that? Hey Rico, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Really do. Thank you. And welcome to the stream. Skeleton says Wanderer's Palace has not been beaten solo because of the last boss's last phase. Because of the boss's last... Are there any bosses in summon slashes that one-shot you from range if your DPS too slow? That would make that impossible then. That would make it impossible. So let me try to paint a picture here. If I go in at minimum item level, which is the general strategy, of course, then we would be item level 45. If you try and do it synced, we get item level 110. If no one has managed to beat the final boss in Wanderer's Palace because of a DPS solo, because of a DPS check, then it cannot be done on minimum item level. It just can't. And I don't know if it can synced either. Like, I can go in and try. We can do that. But if you kind of know already that it's probably not possible, the question is whether we should do something different. Only seen attempts on tanks. Oh, if anything can kill you from range, then healers will not be able to do it. Like, if a tank can't do it, and the tanks are probably like, if you're doing it with Warrior, Dark Knight, you're probably doing more DPS than a Scholar will. The only reason why Scholar could beat Aurum Vale is because I could kite things. If the mobs, if you go in melee range, they skip the DPS check and one-shot you. Well, that's true, but if you know that you can't do the if you know that you can't meet the DPS check anyway, then a healer can't do it either. And I wouldn't be surprised if it can't be done. Why are you inviting me to party, Coco? The thought is that if you kill the ants with ranged attacks, it might cancel the DPS check. We can't do Odin, right? I think he's also item level wise supposed to be a bit later. Yeah, Coco, don't like just queue for something like that with anyone in your group. That is really mean. Like, imagine if it actually popped. I'm mostly saying it for your sake, Coco, because for the future, I'm not very confident I'll join your group again. So don't want to do that. And yes, that is Seed of Sacrifice to the age playing. How about we try Wanderer's Palace, just see how it goes. Earth's found recommended ice level 95 to 105. Where's the 105 from? So, the important thing now that we have finally reached level 50 content is if you check any of the level 50 content, there will be an average item level, that is the minimum item level, and then there may be an item level sync. If there is one, that is the item level that we go to if we do it synced. If there is no item level sync, then we will drop to 130. Which means, for example, that if we were to go in Earth's Fount and try to do that at like, it would be 95 to 130. So that is like a pretty huge difference. That is also why I'm saying if there is a really rough DPS check in Wanderer's Palace, then I'm just saying, what is that? 45. Item level 45. Well, we can try it. Let's see how quickly we might actually... yeah, exactly, it's like your level 45 job gear. We'll see if we can even, like, because Wanderer's Palace has a very interesting gimmick right at the start. You need to escape from a mob. And we might not be able to do that. Exactly, the blade, Tonberry. There's also this. Excuse me? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, well, I guess we're fighting these then. Oh boy. Are you serious? They're very fast. Tonberries are supposed to be walking at you menacingly. What's happening? Yeah, no. no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Wow, they're tanky. Nope. Wow. They just showed us the scholar who's boss. Guess who runs faster? You want some more? Can they be slapped? I'm guessing the answer is no. I didn't manage to do it. Let me try it again. They literally just peer down the hallway, Levin, and go, oh, someone's coming. And just, okay. Hey, wait, what? They're immune to sleep. However, somehow I managed to pull one with my dot. However, I cannot kite it very well. I think maybe mayhaps they have made the mobs run faster at this point. Is there a point in kiting? Yes. Every time the mob wants to auto attack me, it will check. Like as you can, if you look very closely, you can see there. Now it's just standing there, and then it starts running. The reason why is that mobs will not actually chase you if they don't have an attack ready. Like they won't actually bother to check whether they can hit you or not before they have an attack that they want to hit you with. So this actually if you're tanking a dungeon and everyone in your group is ranged, then you could technically kite everything if you wanted to. It would cause you to lose an obscene amount of damage, but you could do it. Like just stepping away from mobs can make them lose like an auto attack every so often. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to kill the other Tonberry, and then we're going to run into the brick wall that is the Tonberry Stalker when we try to kill the birds. One down, 30 more to go. That is actually a good point. Later in the dungeon, there's going to be Tonberries just like this one with ads. Yeah, this is sort of what I expected. I'm pretty sure that I would have something in the ballpark of twice the HP if I went into this dungeon unsynced. Which would make these Tonberries far less scary. It would also hit way harder. I heard you like Tonberries, so I got you a ton of berries. Berry. Berry. So, here's the strat. I will try and pull the birds past the stalker. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me. Oh man. They hit us hard. They actually hit harder than the boss. The final boss in, actually all of the bosses in Aurum Vale individually. I can't do this. I cannot do this. I cannot stop. Cast any heals on me, and I'm out of heals. Well. Wait, I might be able to do the cheese again. Let me see. I don't think I clicked raise fast enough. So, the reason why, for anyone wondering, the reason why the single Tonberry came running for me after I died was because there was a dot still ticking on them. Which ticked while I was dead. And it didn't disappear, so that meant that I could basically pull it from beyond the grave. Uh-oh. Yeah, basically, that is actually a good point, Skeleton. Now, the important thing is that I have to be alive while there's only a dot on one of them. I believe the guild hests are picked up from the smith. Yep, look. I think we may have unleashed ultimate cheese. We've reached peak cheese. Like, the only way there could be more cheese here is if I was actually using cheese. You will run out of time. Yeah, I will. I'll kill this guy and then we'll figure out something. I just wanted to see if I could do it. I haven't intentionally managed to do the dot pull, like dot single mod pull before. Whole wedges of cheese, perhaps, with giant apples. Yes, and a whole loaf of bread. It helps replenish your ether very well. You can both leave. You can leave. I can safely leave. I don't have to stay. Because it's an unrestricted group, there is no penalty for leaving. I just want to kill this guy. I just want to kill this guy. Listen, we're here for fun, and I'm having fun running circles around this buzzard. This is Brock. There you go. So, two things. The first one is the minimum item level on these level 50 dungeons are clearly very low. I am pretty confident. Oh, look, there's me. Who else? I'm pretty confident that none of the level 50 dungeons can be done at minimum item level. None of them. Now, the key difference that causes this to be the case compared to leveling dungeons is that if you're doing Sastasha synced at level 18, right? Losing 3 levels is not that much. Let me show you real quick how big of a difference it makes. So level 18, we don't actually have any spells, like any extra spells or anything. We have 437 HP. Now, that is the important bit. The defense is also a little important. Like, mainly the... Huh? Is the stream still going? Okay. Uh, the statistics page on YouTube, where it shows like a graph of how many people have been viewing, just decided to just leave. Just disappeared for a good 15 seconds. I was like, did something break? Thank you. So 437 HP. The 85 defense is also mildly important. But the 437 HP is the big thing, right? So we do this, and then we go in again. We lose like 20% HP, and I did it close that, and around 10% defense, right? But we lose like 20%, maybe even 25% HP. Like that is the big pain point here. Now, if I do the same in Wanderer's Palace, how much HP did I have in Wanderer's Palace? Did anyone notice? Anyone that has a moment to look back? You know what? We'll just jump in again. I have duties to spare for this daily logout. 2,802. Can you not do that game? And 233 defense. So 2,800 HP is the important bit. We hop out. Remove those. And again. $5,000 HP. And how much defense did we have? Was it 2,233? So we have like 33% more defense and like 80% more HP. And we're not even thinking about how much damage I'm going to be doing now. It's like, we're not even thinking about damage yet. That's just like the defensive portion of this calculation. So that's why I'm saying I am pretty confident that, yeah, that is full crafted set. We have a relic weapon though. But I'm pretty confident, like bordering on 100% certain, that none of the level 50 dungeons can be soloed minimum item level. And I'm going to base that argument on how incredibly handily this dungeon beat me. Immediately. Skeleton says, what's the priority for disabling minimum item level and silence echo? So silence echo, I'm pretty sure doesn't really do anything here. It's mainly for trials and raids. I think. But I just turn on both to be on the safe side. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I set silence echo on, it doesn't change anything. Yep, same HP. So it's mainly like, if we go into duty and it says that we have echo, then silence echo matters. And I just toggle them both to be sure. Emir says Praetorium might be possible. Would it? What? What? That is really low. Huh? That also for... What in the world? Only 60? I thought it had like no sync. Weird. So Porta de Comana cannot be soloed because it has a DPS check that is designed to... it's designed to borderline require a limit break 3 from a DPS. It doesn't require it, but it is close enough that if your group is kinda weak, you need it. I will not be able to do this as a DPS. And alone, I will need that limit break to do it. So there's a DPS check that cannot be met. Like it's a similar problem to the Wanderer's Palace one. Like if there is a DPS check, like an enrage of some sort, it becomes, do you need people? Porter was soloed at level 60. Yeah, that's where I say that's where by my rules it says you can't solo it. Like my rules say that by that point we would have to do it unsynced, and then it doesn't really count anymore. That is still good data. Can you solo at level 60? That is interesting information. But that's not what I'm testing. I am not capable of testing whether you can solo at level 60, because to do that I would need a level 60. They were looking at a free trial angle. Oh. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. But yeah, if you then did it unsynced... Yeah, then a while back, I don't know how many of you have seen this, but a while back I did go through the motions of figuring out if let's say that one day you pick up Final Fantasy XIV, but it turns out the game's dead, and it's been for years, there are no other players. How far would you be able to get in the game? And that, of course, implies that you would use duty support, for example. Which means that all of this is immediately trivialized, because of course you can. Of course you can do that with no other players, right? Of course you can do all of this with other players. You know when the first roadblock happens? It's in Thornmarsh. Because you don't get NPCs in Thornmarsh. And the only way to overcome that is to extremely overlevel it. And I believe the second barrier I ran into was Bismarck. Because if you have opened the cookie jar of what if I was level 90? Doesn't matter with the gear. What if I was level 90 and wearing like full Ironworks Magitech, for example? Then basically all of the mandatory fights in A Realm Reborn are doable. Every single one. Which means that the next one that is actually hard is like Bismarck, because Titan hard. Actually, no, not really. Not really. Because if you're level 90 in level 50 gear, you actually still have the ability, because of the Echo, to survive Titan's jail. You know, the rocks? I believe they do like 20,000 damage, but if you're doing that unsynced, even in like level 50 gear, you still have like 80,000 HP. It is very, like, I went over this in my video. The thing that Bismarck introduces is that you basically need to bring like Reaper. Why Reaper? Because damage, and they would have better gear than you would be able to access otherwise. And yeah, Crystal Tower is also required. That one would be impossible to do. By that logic, you would either say you cannot reach Heavensward, or you do as I did and just quietly keep that part out and say they would probably not have Crystal Tower be a roadblock that you can't even enter it if the game was dead. But that, of course, is a completely different, separate story. But the one fight that you cannot beat solo, regardless of your gear, like, you still can't, as far as I'm aware, you still cannot beat Susano normal solo, unsynced, with level 90 gear. You can't. Because his intermission is unbeatable solo. If, however, you can get over 1 million HP, then you can. What about Extreme? Same deal, the same intermission exists. The exact same intermission, it's just harder. The requirement for Blue Mage to do it is that it needs to one-shot it. Like, it needs to be able to bring Susano from like 60% HP to 0. And I'm just saying, I'm not ruling out the possibility. Remember, in Shadowbringers, when Blue Mage was level 70, and they still are, you could one-shot Shiva Extreme with Blue Mage at level 70. Easily, by the way. You just had to use Final Sting, and then you needed it to crit. But the probability of that happening is like 45% in crit gear, I think. Right. So should we try a duty? I think what we're going to do with the level 50 stuff is, because we can't really do much of it minimum item level anyway, it's going to be a lot of that, and I feel like the leveling dungeons are more interesting, so I feel like the best way to spend the time is to, like, try a few of them. How about this? I put a poll. So, Wanderer's Palace synced, option 1. Option 2 is just do Castrum Meridian. I think I misspelled that. Meridianum. We will try minimum item level. And then there's Ifrit. And give it a moment so that people have a chance to vote. Also because it seems to be pretty close. Oh yeah, there's the unskippable cutscenes. Does the time tick down during the cutscenes? Because that would actually have an impact. Skeleton says, I'd vote Castrum without minimizing level if it was an option. You know what? It looks like Castrum is winning, so how about I make another poll if it wins? And then we can decide whether to minimize level or not. I just felt like if I added 2 Castrums, it would like weirdly split the vote, so it would be complicated. And it would also have that a little bit of that feeling of, so would you like me to do Wanderer's Palace or Castrum or Ifrit or Castrum? Like it feels like I'm like deciding the vote for you if I do that. He runs into the night. Right. There's 11 votes. I think that's fine. About 2 minutes a vote. Let me try that again then. Gotta run off into the night to buy glamours. Oh, nice. Remember to not invest too much in hats. They might not work. What in the world? How are you doing more damage with your auto attacks than I am? What? There's a weird detail that black mages cannot do more than 1 damage with their auto attacks. Like they can do a critical direct hit with their auto attack and it will still hit for 1. I believe Astrologian has the same for some reason, which is weird. I'm pretty sure like a paper cut hurts like wow. I feel like the MSQ dungeons, those few were like an interesting idea. I think what they've done since is that because they feel like cutscenes in dungeons tend to ruin the flow of the dungeon, they typically adjust the cutscene or the story such that they can place the majority of the cutscene before the dungeon and after the dungeon. For example, there are some boss fights, like even raids, where there is like a solo duty that you have to do, but story-wise, it might make more sense if that was like a door boss like Faust, which Lemon, I believe it was Lemon brought up earlier. It would make more sense that way, but we don't do door bosses like that anymore. Which is why the Savage Raid farmers have decided to start calling the phase 1 of the final boss of a raid tier floor bosses instead. Matthew says, if you equip strength equipment, Black Mage can do more than 1 damage. It only does 1 damage because it has so little strength it should actually do negative damage. Oh. That is an interesting point. And I'm pretty sure Astrologian has... Actually, Astrologian has like 20 extra strength, so they might do more than 1. 2 damage! He can do 2 damage! Incredible. Incredible. Right, so it's just synced. We're doing Castrum Meridianum. Just synced. Now the question is whether we go with a tank or a healer. I'll decide that one for myself though. I don't know if Gunbreaker is actually a good idea. Because we ran into the issue in Aurum Vale that if I focused on healing myself, then I did so terrible damage that I got overwhelmed by the mobs anyway. Which means that the fact that Warrior and Dark Knight can heal slightly more while doing their 1-2-3 combos, and that means Warrior is better, might be better than the fact that Gunbreaker has Aurora. The alternative is more Scholar. I think Scholar is an AoE fight. That's true, but that makes Scholar really good. And tanks at level 50 cannot actually heal while doing AoE. Pick your poison. We're going with Scholar, I think. How much HP do we get? Oh boy, cutscene! Don't you love cutscenes? Book smacks, activate! Oh boy. We are in the really awkward health threshold where Mega Potion is technically best, but it's really bad. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. That is a lot of mobs. Oh man, that is a lot of mobs. Are you crazy? That's a lot of mobs. And some of them have OGCD attacks as well. So that's really fun. Are they sleepable? I don't think it matters because sleep only applies to one at a time with the healer version. So I would have to sleep them like one by one by one. Half of the mobs here are immune to slow. How weird. Yeah, I would say there might be a higher chance that I would bother trying to sleep them if my sleep was AoE, but it's not. Like, that would help me immensely with, like, then I might be better able to just book smack one of them down. What we're doing instead is, as it is taking me 40 years to kill the first pack in the dungeon, I need to maximize my damage. So I'm multi-dotting as best as I can and making sure to spread my single target damage as best as I can so that the remaining mobs die around the same time. Skeleton says, after this pull, would you mind muting or turning environmental sounds way down? That alarm really gets me. Is that have you put the alarm as your as your like wake up alarm in the morning. That is a bad idea. I can reduce it a bit. I think we might not actually be able to do it because of time. Like, this pack took us 4 minutes. Is this good? There we go. You can still hear it very, very quietly. Wow, there's a lot of things. Wow, there are many. Come with me to the kiting area, please. Oh, and there's ranged in between them. That is a problem. Which ones are the ranged guys? Can't see them. But there's one. That is a pretty big issue. How many mages are there? There's 3! Yikes, man. Yeah, so we have one group that is just like 2-3 gladiator guys. Right. And then we if they beat that, we'll send in our mage unit. Wait. So you have 3 tanks, right? And then separately you'll send in 3 DPS. That's right. I really have to maximize all of my healing to survive this. Or maybe not. Now that there's only 2 of them, they're having quite a lot of a harder time keeping up with my healing. Somewhat, at least. Now I think I can safely multi-dot everything and we'll be fine. Running in circles, running in circles. Yeah, I think the big constraint on this run is, do we have enough damage to kill all of the trash? Like, it's not even about whether we can beat the bosses. It's, do we have enough damage to kill the trash? Because of the timer. And I think that is an interesting restriction on soloing content, is, well, you only have 90 minutes, so it doesn't actually matter whether you have the biggest cheese wedge in the galaxy ready on the table, because you can't do it in 90 minutes, then you won't be allowed to do it. Ymir says, I healed a few times in this dungeon, it was not fun. Oh. And Ymir adds, the tank didn't understand what mitigation meant. He was a perfect legend. Yeah, I think I've heard that some players... so there's a few reasons why that could be. The first one being, he might have bought the kill. Whether he did so for gil or real money, I wouldn't be able to tell you. But that happens. The second option is that he did it as a DPS or a healer, and he has never in his life played a tank. Ever. So he just, like, this is the first time he has ever had to consider how a tank plays in the first place. Which is absurd, I know, but I knew a legend of some capacity, players that had beaten multiple ultimates that didn't know that if you use sprint while in combat, well, rather, if you use sprint while not in combat, it lasts twice as long. I discovered that they didn't know that when they watched my warrior starter guide way back. And they went, wait a minute, what? Really? And they had completed ultimates, right? Now the thing is, they didn't main tank, so that was the reason why. But they still had basically all jobs maxed out, so they should know this, right? There's a pretty reasonable expectation they would know this. So these kinds of nuggets of information can slip by anyone, but not knowing what mitigation is may be a little bad. Ymir says his Gunbreaker had the weapon and his adventure plate was all Gunbreaker. Oh, in that case, he probably didn't know what mitigation is, because what he did is he read the guide that said use this cooldown when the boss does this. And then he never figured out what that means, but he clicked the button. Or maybe he bought a kill. You know, it is a possibility. Oh, Ymir, in that case you were dealing with a troll. He got mad at me when I said not to greet so much, since I'm still new to Sage, and he said I'm not paying his sub. Well, we've talked about this one before. If someone tells you that they will not as much as try to do something you requested them because you're not paying their sub, what you do, especially as a healer, is you stop attacking. You stop attacking and you stop using Rio Holy, you just only use Diagnosis. And when the tank says, where's the heals, you say, well, you don't pay my sub, so I don't want to do any more than just basic heals. I don't feel like doing more. Can you use mitigation? Then I might start attacking again. I don't know what Cardia is. I'm spending too much of my effort thinking about how I will pay my sub. Which you aren't paying. I know, Ymir, but sometimes that is the only way to combat these kinds of people. Yeah, that's my advice. Just play dumb right back at them. Because that's what they're doing when they say you don't pay my sub. They know that that is a ridiculous excuse. They know that. They just don't care. It's about as good as when people say, who asked? Because someone typically asked. There's a reason why you started saying the thing. Hey, Mali! Oh boy. Which one is the ranged? The menu is let me see if I can do this while doing a pack. Here. Display name settings, general, under character configuration. But it was added like super recently. It also allows you to color player names based on role. By the way, we've been here for 15 minutes and I haven't seen a boss yet. I just realized there are 2 archers. Running around at the speed of a scholar. I've circles to lap. Thank you, Levin. I have a feeling you might make it back, unless because I think I'm going to be here for 75 minutes. Normally I would like be ending the stream in around 20 minutes, but now we're doing this. Congratulations! You have found the secret code to get an hour of overtime on the stream. You know, scholars actually can run pretty fast when they use expedient. Well, actually they just run as fast as a sprint. They just run for a little longer than usual. But thank you, Kalia. Wait, one of them is like a mini-boss guy with more health. So I just dot the other guys and just focus fire the bigger guy. The guy with the gunblade. It's the guy with the gunblade. Also, Lemon, I hope you have a good day wherever you go. The guy with the gunblade. He does not have a heart stopper. The proto gunbreaker. Did anyone that played in 1.0 or even 2.0, was Heartstopper ever an action that Lancers and Dragoons actually had? And if yes, what did it do? Because it seems like every single Lancer in like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward has Heartstopper. Talia asks, do you have any tips for getting good at barrier healing? Are you healing in Savage or are you healing in casual content? Is my first question. Like, are you doing it like in like Savage groups, or are you doing it in like your daily dungeons, the weekly normal raid clears and stuff like that? Maybe doing the MSQ? More casual content. I don't do Savage. Outside of desperate measures, this button, and this button, so Advocurium, Physic, and Soccer are supposed to be used when you're not in combat. If you can get by, so this of course doesn't apply when you're low level. If you're level 30, then you have to use these a lot more, right? But as you get to higher level, barrier healers actually rely extremely heavily on passive healing from their pet and abilities. You are level 90. I have a video of me going over an example, an example run of a dungeon pull in a shot. And if you have seen, there are these stream. Okay, how many ads are there going to be, mate? This is very, very worrying, to put it mildly. At least they don't hit very hard. If you have never ever played Scholar before, Kalia, my advice is either go into duty support. That is a lot of mobs. That is a ridiculous amount of mobs. Wow! Wow! Let me see if we can catch up if I am a bit more aggressive. It seems like the Black Eft itself doesn't spend very much time attacking. Yeah, my advice, Kalia, is... have you... actually, first, have you ever played a healer before, Kalia? Or is Scholar your first healer? You almost made it to the last wave. Those giants are disturbing. They're very scary. Because of course, if you have healed before, Kalia, that might have an impact. But whether you have or not, my advice for trying a healer for the first time is actually... go into Sastasha. Like, run Sastasha as Scholar with a group. Whether it's duty support or not is up to you. But run it, learn the toolkit at level 15 or 18. Then, when you've done that, then run either, up to you, either Brave Flux Longstop or Hawk Mana, up for your preference. And get acquainted with the level 30-ish toolkit. When you've done that, do a level 50 dungeon of something. Maybe a 51 dungeon if you like. There's the Dusk Vigil. Is this the last wave, Skeleton? Oh, they hit like a boss. We need more reinforcement. Is he getting more? He is getting more reinforcements. Oh my goodness. Are they all melee? No, they're not. Oh, they get a damage bonus. Wonderful. That that explains why they got me so good earlier. Wait, it's almost dead. I'm almost dead. Yeah. I don't have any more in me. Oh. Yeah, Orion, Scholar can solo Tasha minimum level. it can. So it is the strong, like Scholar is the strongest healer by a significant margin until you get like Lustrate. Then Sage starts to be able to keep up because it doesn't have to stop healing if your tank suddenly needs extra. Like you don't have to stop attacking because you just use the recovery, right? This boss is currently uncleared. Well, I think that if we can beat this boss, we will run out of time before we can do the rest of them. So I'll try and see if we can beat just this boss then. Give it a few more attempts, see if we can do it. And if you're wondering what on earth I'm doing right now, I'm fishing for a crit. Thank you! I keep forgetting to place my pet. It's quite important. It's actually losing out on heal casts if it's chasing me. It is ridiculous the amount of damage. I'm dead. Ugh. That is not what I needed. Yep, one hit away. Here it comes. Jump! Oh, man. It's really close. If that is the last pack, then the problem, the thing you need to do to beat it is, so you may notice that I was actively like targeting the people in the pack, and that's because the dudes in the pack, they do like 80 damage per swing. But then, after a while, they use this ability called Fortis, which improves their damage to like 370 per swing. Like, just add 300 to every swing. The Colossi do like 250 per swing. Somehow, that's survivable. Like, the boss does 700, but it often distracts itself doing other stuff. So it's sort of almost doable. But the dudes need to be killed before they do the Fortis thing. The problem is that I can't cleave them because like, are the apps based on the boss's HP? Like, what causes the apps to spawn? Is it a time thing? I could try and cleave them a bit more. The first 3 waves are timed. You can see how strict the DPS check is on that. I was cleaving them from the beginning, and they still started casting Fortis. Oh, there it is. It appeared to happen right when one of the Colossi dropped to like 50% HP. Could it be an HP thing? I'm way behind on damage. Oh man. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do that. I'll try one more time. Did it come out earlier this time or later, Skeleton? A whole lot of cardio today. Yeah, I know, right? Basically, the solo challenge streams is Kai's workout day. Because it always falls back onto Blue Mage, well, Blue Mage or Scholar, I should say. It might be a time thing then, Skeleton. I think there is a lot more value in killing one of the Colossi quickly than having 2 of them at like 50%. Because one less Colossi means like 250 less damage every 3 seconds or so. So if it's time-based, and it might be time-based, then there's no reason to split the damage too much. And just to be clear, if we beat this boss, we will not have enough time to beat the rest of the dungeon. We simply won't. So I'm not going to try. But it is nice to know whether it can or cannot be beaten. Because if it can be beaten, then there is a point in someone later down the line attempting it for the full dungeon with, for instance, Scholar. Autos. We are having autos, it is on. I'm trying my best, at least. It might not have been on when you asked. Sorry. And then I go out of range because they're just huddling over there in a corner. That's really, really annoying. And I missed my Whispering Dawn because I was out of range. Because I was chasing the dudes. That's really, really annoying. Skeleton, what do you mean with you could poison a Colossus? Do you mean bio? The poison potion. The potions that I tried previously, they capped out at level 35, and the poison potion itself does like the high level one, quote unquote high level one. I believe I tested it and it did like 300 or 400 damage. It's so little that it's not worth the hassle of trying to use it due to how finicky potions can be. That's partly why I stopped bringing them in the first place, because it felt like it was really difficult to actually get them to even activate in the first place, and when they did, they didn't really do very much. The blinding should work on a lot of stuff, that's true. But the specific mob that would be most helpful to blind would actually be the Black Eft himself, because he does like 700 damage per swing. You can blind Garuda, you can blind a normal dude. The reason why blind works on so many mobs in A Realm Reborn is because blind used to be a thing. Like, used to be a thing that you actually used defensively. And, like, that was an actual thing to do. So if it didn't work on something, that was actually pretty problematic if you think about it. Would the Limsa potion be better? It would heal for slightly more than the Mega Potions that I'm using. It wouldn't make a huge splash, I don't think. Not enough that it would really be worth it. But it is a good suggestion. I don't have anything left. I lost a lot of healing to, or I lost a lot of HP to the fact that I forgot to finish the Colossus I was trying to kill. So that was a little bit of a bad attempt. But it is really close, I think, because the thing is, we die because if I can kill like just one of the spearmen guys, we might actually be able to turn the tables. One more attempt. 8 attempts later. Well, I'll see how much we can try. I'm not going to go into the dungeon and clear all the trash again. That much is certain. So we at least have however many attempts we have in 48 minutes, or when I'm tired, or I give up. Hey Zia! Yeah, I could imagine you would be dizzy. I'm just going to focus one of them. So ridiculous amounts of damage. Nice, a crit. Guys, he's shooting that. Yeah, palms are sweaty. In fact, very, very sweaty right now. This is Black F, you better not have some enrage timer or some secret bonus mechanic. I'm actually going to get really mad if you do. Just anyone wondering, I am aware that my ether flow is ready. I could spend it. I'm considering whether it's better to have 5 lost rates, just in case. Or if I should dump it on damage. Because I'm willing to go and just run around. That's what it takes. Wow, he has a lot of HP. Shouldn't have been called, he shouldn't have been the black Eft, he should have been the thick Eft. The big Eft. The reason he's named the big Eft is, the black Eft is actually because when you see how much HP he has, you go, F. He's a boss. He is still unreasonably chunky. Like, look at this. How many shots do I need to throw at him to get him to drop 1%? F stands for extremely freaking thick. Nice. That's good. That works for me. It seems to take around 2 ruins to get 1%. And that's, of course, including the bio ticking. So that means at least 100 more ruin 2s. And however many bios that takes. And 100 of those would take 4 minutes. So that would take like 8 bios. Out of war. No. I'm staying away because if I let him hit me, then I'm going to need to heal myself more, and that's going to cost me damage. And Out of War only does 10% more potency than Ruin 2, so it's not worth the risk. If I have to cast Adlocurium on myself once, then because I was casting Out of War, then I lose the equivalent of 15 Arts of War. Well, 15 Arts of War, basically, in the damage gain I would have gained from spamming Ruin 2 instead. Like, it's very little, and it's not even 10%. It's 10. Like, 140 versus 150. And if it ends up requiring me to use healing more, then I'm going to lose out on energy drains, which are 100 potency. So I just don't think it's worth going in for it. But it is a good suggestion. But there's also a little part of me that goes, I can win this by just repeatedly doing what works. I don't have to change anything. I will win this through endurance alone. During his cast, you could ruin 1. That is true. I could probably also run in for an Art of War while he's casting something. Like this. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Since what I've done previously has just been run further away while he's doing that. Which tends to not do very much. Ah, didn't hit him. very good suggestion. I don't know how much it will matter on the overall damage, but thank you, Emia. I hadn't even considered doing that. We beat the Black Eft! Now, I'm pretty sure we managed that both to a combination of... I think we had, like, an additional free critical Adlocurium Swiftcast in the middle of the fight. Like, that one is random. And I think we had at least 1 or 2, like, life-saving critical lust rates as well. Now, there might also have been some lucky crit damage that made the difference, but I did tell you, like, before that pull, I said, if we can kill one of the spear guys, we might be able to turn it around. And this attempt was the only attempt we managed to kill both of the mages and a spear guy. And the instant the spear guy died, I started to turn the match around. Like, that was the instant that we started to, like, recover. So yeah, that was the specific requirement. You need to get all of the ads in all of the first waves down. These colossi are not mandatory, but all of the dudes, you need to kill the dudes, because while they don't hit very hard at first, they do like 5 times more damage if you let them stay. And the mages are ranged. I don't think this is possible with a melee job. I don't think it's possible with a melee job, and I'm pretty sure you can't do it with any other healer, because we needed Ruin 2 to do this. The only other one that might have like a huge maybe is like Sage, because they have Disgracia. But let's see, we have 30 minutes. We can see if we can actually progress beyond this. If this is a never done before space with a solo synced character, when we might as well see how much we can see before the timer drags us out, right? Medicus. Those are white mages, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, everyone. I hope that was entertaining to watch me run in circles for about an hour. Aside from the hour that you watched me run in circles in Aurum Vale. We might just barely get an attempt on the second boss. Roll more dots. More dots. Throw more dots. You know, isn't the Medicus supposed to be a healer? Why are you not healing anyone? Like, this would be a lot harder for me if you could heal, but you're not. Yeah, the reason why I'm dotting everything and then intentionally killing off the Medicus guys first is because they're ranged. So while I'm kiting, they get a lot more hits in. So I would rather not have to deal with that risk. I would rather just take it safe and get rid of them first. And then there's a chance that it'll lead to me getting more energy drains. That is the reason. Like, we could do way more damage by just botting everything and then just letting everything stay alive. But I feel it's safer to deal with the ranged mobs first. I might be able to just Art of War 3 mobs. Not that kind of 3 mobs. I don't actually feel super confident of that. Alright, Newells. Enjoy your night. I'll just assume you beat everything within the remaining 29 minutes. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I'll see how far I can get. And then the timer will kick us out eventually. But I want to see how much we can get. I think we lost like 40 minutes on the Black Eft. But one thing I'm very interested in seeing is because I'm pretty sure the second boss has a stack marker. I'm pretty sure the second boss has a stack marker, and if it has a stack marker, then I want to know, can you actually live that? Because if you can't, then there was no hope for this run in the first place. Like, then it didn't matter that we could beat Black Eft. I should really risk Art of War a bit more. It seems like the mobs, like in packs of 3, aren't particularly threatening. Especially when there's no ranged in them. There's also the book smacks to be had. Oh, they just auto-pulls. That's a little bit scary. How hard do you hit? How strong are you? How tough are you? Okay, that is pretty tough. Whoops, only hit one that time. I'm trying to get as much damage as I can. I really want to see that second boss. Trying to do as much damage as he can, he says, and then he doesn't even do book smacks. I'm holding on to the ether flow so that I can restock. Welcome back, Emir. That's the last ones, right? These mobs are really, really weirdly weak for what we had to deal with in the very start of the dungeon. Like, really, really easy. We can get the maximum out of war damage spam. This dungeon is quite front-loaded. I don't know, isn't the last room before the final boss in this dungeon kind of brutal? Or was that nerfed too heavily when they reworked it? Like, in the old version, you typically skipped most of it because you could just, like, go and do the like, click the buttons while the tanks tanked the ads. And then everything would just disappear. Right, second boss. And I forgot to eat food buff. How long has that been down? can't remember what that does. He hits really hard. It was definitely the right move to hold on to my ether flows. Oh, a tank buster. Can I survive that? I can. Yeah, sure you can, Skeleton. Like, they might find the stream themselves. Like, there's nothing wrong with you sharing it. Whoops, that was a wasted Whispering Dawn. Alright, Galia, thank you for checking in on the stream. Hope you have a good evening. This boss has a even more absurd amount of HP, it feels like. Nope, it's about the same, actually. I think. Okay, Mia, good night. Blue asks, how's it going? Well, we beat the Black Eft a little bit ago, which supposedly is something that hasn't been soloed before. So I think it's going pretty well. Now we're trying to see if we can beat this boss. I know we don't have enough time to actually beat the whole dungeon because of the timer running out. But I want to see if we can beat this boss. Just out of interest. To clarify, it's been soloed but not soloed synced. I mean... yeah, I heard that it has been soloed. I heard that it was soloed at level 60. The warrior, I think? Or with a tank, at least. Yeah, I don't think we have enough time to actually beat the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, this run is synced. It's not minimum item level, but it's just synced. And we might have been able to do the rest of the dungeon in time with the difficulty of this boss, if we didn't spend like 40 minutes trying to get the Black Eft. The Scholar Clear was level 59. Oh. But this boss seems to be very, very, very doable. Synced. And the trash after the black eft is very, very, very simple to deal with as well. So the big thing that's going to be up in the air that I won't be able to answer in this run is, can the final boss be beaten? And I'm pretty sure that has a stack marker, so that one is pretty important. Yeah, surprisingly few mechanics. Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that is more that I don't actually think I have enough time to both kill this boss, reach the final boss, and also attempt the final boss, so that's why I wouldn't know, but I'm pretty sure that the final boss has a stack marker. And then it's pretty important to know how much damage that does, and I don't know. And, as I did mention when we killed the Black Eft, I'm pretty sure that my kill had multiple, like, lucky parts to it. Like, I had a... I started the fight with a critical Adlocurium that I forced to happen, of course. And then I had a lucky Adlocurium crit in the middle of the fight. And I had at least one, if not two, lucky Lustrate crits that happened at a moment where I would probably die if I didn't get that in that very moment. So, like, you would need to both clear all of the trash up to the Black Eft, and like assuming that you would need to like do what I did to beat the boss. You might not need to do all that, but then you would need to be lucky to kill it. Like, you would still need luck to get it down. And that might not be super fun when the trash takes like 15 minutes on their own. What's the current eye level gear like? Well, I'm just using a crafted set. So, like, I don't have any materia. I suppose I have a, like, Oh right, there's a pack here. Like I haven't actually done a lot of optimization for this. So it might also be a lot more doable if you like maximize the gear. I don't know how much you can do, since you're dealing with item level 60 as the cap. But maybe you would know better about that, Blue. Yeah, the unsynced would have a lot more stat. Like, if they're using, like, Ironworks gear, they would have item level 130, at least, if they're, like, level 50, 59 and doing it. But if they have the best gear they could have at level 59, and they're just doing it for fun, instead of, like, limiting themselves to the gear they would have available, I don't know what they could possibly do. Me doing it synced means that I'm at item level 60, which means that the primary thing is what stats are on my gear pieces, since, like, that's the only thing that I have to work with. Item level 90 gear from Woods. Well, that might be slightly worse. They might not have, like, inherently so many stats on the gear that they would have both of the stats on each piece max out. That might be a little worse than what I have. Depends on how good this, like, how perfect the stats on the gear are. Like, that also plays a factor in that. But if you're not using item level 60 gear, then you will not get the benefit of materia, should you choose to use that. I don't even know if there's any half-decent item level 60 gear. I just know that we checked, and item level 60 is the sync. The important thing to remember when you get synced down is that if you're using, like, max level gear, then both of the stats on that gear piece will be maxed out to whatever it can be at item level 60. So this piece would have as much crit and piety as it could have. But if you could have a crafted item level 60 piece that was pentamelded, for example, that would almost certainly have, like, significantly more stats than what I could get from this. So, like, if you can, I don't know if there is item level 60 crafted. Yeah, I would assume there might be. But that would be pretty significant. I don't have enough time to kill all of these. Even if I have the damage, I don't have the time. A pack like this is going to take, like, several minutes, I'm pretty sure. I really want to get rid of the ranged first, even if I don't have the time, because I'm kind of falling behind on healing. My attack magic potency was 360 versus his that was 446. So right, the one that was level 59, right? Oh right, I keep mixing it up. The person that was level 59 technically did it unsynced, so their item level 90 gear would apply, whereas I'm in item level 60 gear. The 23% more damage is pretty crucial, actually, because the crucial part of me beating the fight came down to me being able to kill the human enemies before their Fortis buff overwhelmed me. So 23% more damage would make that basically borderline trivial. Like, even if we completely ignore any, like, health-based advantages, extra defense and stuff like that, doing 23% more damage would make the DPS race part of the Black F fight trivial. Whoops, that was a little bit wasteful. Imagine if Sid's blasted AoE damage. Imagine if Sid could just finish it. That would also be helpful if I could just kite them into his blast. That would work too. It would also be easy. It would probably be easy as a blue. I don't know if blue would be able to trivially deal with the first boss, actually. What tier potion is that? That is a mega potion. The reason why it is a mega potion is because with my specific HP threshold, like the specific amount of HP I have, it is the one that gives the most HP per minute if you use it on cooldown. At least according to my calculations. And it's because I'm in a really weird HP threshold where technically the next potion would heal for more, but the next potion has a longer cooldown, which makes it not better. But yeah, I don't know if Blue Mage would find this easier. I would imagine that the ads can't be stunned. I might be able to do it if I had more time. Unfortunately, we don't. We can reach the final boss. Is Castra Meridianum soloable? Maybe. Soloable synced? Maybe. Can you solo the final boss? And Sid over there not helping. We have 30 seconds, Sid. Do you want to save the day or not? I can't kill them in time, unfortunately, Skeleton. Right, I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. Apparently Mali was here. Blue said I can't remember, but I have the precise HP thresholds of each potion to switch on. I have that too. Mega Potion is... it caps out its scaling at 2400 HP. But the X Potion doesn't actually beat it until 3763 HP. Even if it scales faster or scales more, because those 11 seconds of extra cooldown hurt it really badly. That is the reason that I was using Mega Potions, because I was in the really awkward 3200 HP area, where I'm like too far away from the X Potion, so the Mega Potion is kinda weak sauce in comparison. I don't know if Blue is still here. There's another better pot I have the Maelstrom one. But you only you can only bring one of those. If that's the one you're thinking of. Yeah, we did talk about that one. I believe I can't remember if it was Ymir or Skeleton Orchestra that brought it up. But I actually think it was Skeleton that said maybe it was worth bringing it, even though you only get one, because that one might be worth re-clearing all of the trash just to get it. Where is it? Is it in this tab or is it in this tab? The Duskan Draft. Yeah, that would heal for 1000 on a 30-second cooldown, which is obviously better in every way. Can use it faster, heals for more. But the problem is you only get one. And I don't know. It's 160 HP and 2 seconds that you save. And I usually, when I died, it was not by 160 HP or even 300 HP. It was typically that I fell behind, so the mobs got too much uptime on me. That is true. If you're on a full solo account, it is extremely expensive to do that. Since you would have to go and farm Grand Company Seals, it would take a long time. So I think we lost, like, it might be easier to check, like, by going back in the stream, but I think we lost like 40 minutes on the EFT. Like, the kill try, I think, still took like 10 minutes. But I'm pretty sure we spent 40 minutes on the EFT alone. Which means that, like, we reached the final boss. We were like, if we had one more minute, we would have been ready. 24 minutes of wipes between first and successful pull. So does that mean that we only spent 24 minutes there? Or do you mean that it's 24 minutes from first pull starts to last pull begins? Okay, in that case we lost 24 minutes, that's true. But then we would have reached the final boss with like around 20, 22 or 23 minutes. Which would have still been pretty good. Like, unless there is some mechanic on her that we needed to figure out, then it would be a matter of just doing it. I would assume that... Does she have that? Let me check. Do we have the information on that? Does she have a stack marker? Oh, right. She has the soft enrage. Last phase might be nasty, since her spam might out DPS Embrace. Yeah, the final bit is from 18%. And if she has about as much HP as the other bosses, then it would take around a minute of just spamming Ruin 2 to kill her. A little bit more than a minute, I think. And if she can if she can out DPS Embrace and illustrate every 20 seconds or so, then you would need to use Adlocuum as well. Lemon says, are you winning? We actually did beat the Black Eft. And then we beat the second boss, whatever its name is, Vanguard something or other. And then we ran out of time, like a minute before we would reach the final boss. And now we're kind of just talking about, is it possible to beat the final boss? But yeah, it would pretty much require, based on what we're getting to, I think, you would need to kill the Black Eft in your first try, and then you would have to like kill all of the trash as quickly as possible, quite aggressively, and then you might have like 25, maybe 26 minutes to fight the final boss. That would not work, Skeleton. That wouldn't work. How would I enter synced? How would I enter synced with a level 90 in tow? Three level 90s. Like, I would need to go with a light party, synced, do the dungeon properly, get to the final boss and do that. That could be done, and you're saying it wouldn't work for a submitted run. I didn't know there was a thing in submitting solo runs. I didn't know that was a thing. I haven't submitted anything. It would work for to answer the question, can you solo Castrum Meridianum synced? That would answer that question. But I would rather like do a full run. Now the question is whether it would be interesting to see me do this again on another stream. Or whether we would rather move on to a more doable thing. I only do these solo streams every so often. But maybe next one, yeah. But yeah, the big annoying part is that it felt like I beat the Black Eft through luck. You could name the stream after that one quest. Rock the Castrum. I could do that. Do you think that is a good idea? I think that is a good idea, Skeleton. If we can get a light party together for it, and then just go through, like, and reach the final boss, or reach at least the bit before, like, reach to the final boss, and then I'll solo it. That could work for me. Like, so that we can get the question answered. Because I like, we can even get the figure out, well, how much time would you need? By just saying, let's start the clock when we get to the final boss, right? How long does that boss take? And you would just need like a light party to do it. I don't mind doing that. Is the best gear, like, is the closest to item level 60 militia gear? Exactly, if you have 23 minutes, can you do it? Now, the thing is that technically you just need to get one attempt where it takes less than 23 minutes. That is really weird. Is there item level 60 gear in the game? Like, that isn't crafted. This post Ultima. Oh. Hmm. This Ifrit halves weapon. Well, there you go. Yeah, if it isn't crafted, then like is militia armor, is that crafted? I can't remember how to read whether you can overmelt something. Indeed, Skeleton. In almost all circumstances, item level beats out optimal secondary stats. The exception actually has nothing to do with getting synced, and has everything to do with the fact that in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, there was a gear set that used like a 20 item levels worth helmet for tanks and was like 0.1% weaker than the best in slot. And the helmet was easier to get because it was from an extreme. So technically, the answer is almost. Because there is a specific exception. And this might also be an exception. And it is crafted and meldable. Yeah, so the important thing is, can you overmeld it? I can just buy this and see how strong is that. Like, what would we be able to do with that? How strong materia can it get? 4? That's also true. Healers often do weird stuff to avoid piety rings. In this raid tier, tanks do weird stuff to avoid skill speed. Again. Base item level 70. So it's materia 3. It says materia 3. So that would be... Let me just see... Right, there is no cannot be overmelded stipulation on these materials, so it would just be +3 stats across the board. So that would mean we could add 15 stats to this. So if we added 15 stats to this militia rope, we could add 15 crit. Now, it currently has 24 directed, which is pretty nice. So what my chest piece that I have right now would have is 24 crit and 24 determination when it gets scaled down. Well, actually it would have slightly more because it would be item level 60. What? Is there a level item level 60 chest piece? Like any item level 60 chest piece? Blazed Gown. So 25 crit. It would have 25 crit. Do the crafter ones work? No. That wouldn't work. They have like completely different stats as far as I know. Let me just check. You can see they have like 89 craftsmanship, so it's not super. But 25 crit and 25 determination is what this chest piece would have. 25 crit and 25 determination. Plus, it would have slightly more vitality and slightly more mind, like maybe 1 or 2 points. And very slightly more defense, which is important because of the damage the mobs do. Meanwhile, this would be able to get 15 crit, 17 spell speed, and 24 direct hit. Which is... six extra points of like secondary attributes, like properties. 6. But you're trading vitality, mind, defense for it, and also crit is typically more desirable than spell speed, for instance. I don't know if it is as desirable at item level 60. What food were you using? I was using crit determination food. I was actually just using the food I had on me. In retrospect, I could probably have used better food for that particular occasion, but I didn't. But yeah, I don't think... I honestly have no clue how food scales into sync stuff. I know! It gives you 10% determination, vitality, or crit, but at most 62 crit, 143 vitality, and 103 determination. So, if I, hypothetically, were to jump back in... Right, there's the cutscene. Then, I don't know why it closes my character sheet specifically every time I enter. So it should give me 48 or 49 crit. And 35 determination, and 33 vitality. If I do that, that looks right. Blue says, so the same percent. Not sure how much the better food helps over what is fully solo capable. What is fully solo capable would probably be drastically worse. Let me just hop out again. I'm not sure what you can get, because I haven't really, like, my horse in this race is that I think it's fun to do difficult content. So I would assume that anything beyond this would be inaccessible. Bacon bread. Is that the best one? Yeah, that would be significantly it would be affected if you have it high quality. Yeah, if you have it high quality, then what would happen is you wouldn't actually lose that much vitality, because I got 33 vitality from my food. Bacon bread would give 28, so that's 5 lost. And I believe I got 43 crit, so that would be equivalent to the 33 tenacity, and you would probably get 33 tenacity because, yeah. If you have tenacity on your gear as a tank, of course. And you would get the 17 crit, which is a lot worse than 35 determination. Like, the secondary stats, you would lose like a third. But the vitality, you're only losing like 5 points. It might be different for Scholar. Yeah, it would definitely be something that doesn't have tenacity on it. It would not be that. If you can make this, if you could make this, this would probably be the best. Especially because you would probably have direct hit on your Disciple of Magic gear that you're probably wearing. Thank you for hanging out, Gelano. We're also probably stopping very soon. We've gone way over time. But it is interesting to mess with. But I would probably say Flint Caviar. If you can make Flint Caviar. I don't know if you can. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason you're making bacon bread is because those 5 materials are accessible and maybe those 4 aren't. But this is probably slightly better for a Scholar. This wouldn't help you because you're not lacking MP. You're not lacking MP, so that isn't the problem. So the piety would be wasted. Like, in that case, you would probably rather have the slightly more vitality on the bacon bread. Or the Flint Caviar. Why does this one have less vitality? Weird. Yeah, I would think this. And just while we're on the subject, the reason I went as a Scholar is because Ruin 2 is incredibly overpowered for soloing stuff. Like, that is not as impressive, but I soloed Cutter's Cry with the final boss hardly hurting me, because I could just run it around the room, because Ruin 2 is overpowered. And, well, we beat Aurum Vale without cheesing it. We beat Locksmith by outrunning Locksmith. So, of course, if you tell me a boss is difficult, my question is, can you outrun it? And if the answer is yes, was Garuda first or second try? I think it was second try, and that was also something we tried with a tank first, but Scholar can do it. That is true. Scholar is really silly. Like, just straight up, it's really silly. But yeah, I think I will say Blue, just because I don't want to like put forth like a false hope, but I think like based on how tight the margin was on me actually beating the Black Eft, I think that it might be actually important that you have actually you're getting downscaled, like that your gear is maxed out on their secondary stats and stuff like that. Which means that it might not mean that you can beat it with a solo account. But that is, of course, just for the record, not what I was trying to prove. I was just trying to see if we can beat it synced. But it would not surprise me if like, I don't know, Woot's gear synced down, lacking some of the secondary stats from being synced down. Not sure how high an Ice Melt we'd need to max cap the stats. Is Woot's gear tradable? Is Woot's gear tradable? It was Ice Level 90, right? It would be maxed out. Yeah, it would be maxed out. If it is item level 90, it would just barely be maxed out, because I would have had 20, like we looked at that, and item level 60 gear piece would have 25 on their highest secondary stat. So if you could get item level 90 gear, just a full set of item level 90 gear that is high quality, or a dungeon drop, then you would have maxed out stats. Now the question is completely, well, is it the correct stats? Does that matter? I don't know, but it's complicated. And I managed to do it once. I don't know if I could be able to do it again. Now, I think that is all I have in me for tonight. We were supposed to end right around when we started the run, actually, shortly after the run started, and then I decided to be determined and try anyway. Yeah, exactly. We also did Locksmith without line of sight on this stream. Yeah. It's weird that it's the Miser's Mistress that is on the stream thumbnail. It should really have been Locksmith with a band-aid on its head, or whatever it is. On its flower. Because we did that too. And it shouldn't even be Gunbreaker on the thumbnail. It should have been Scholar. Again. But yeah. If you enjoyed what you saw on this stream, you like what you see on the channel, remember that there is a community Discord for the YouTube channel. Makes it easy to catch whenever I post a new video, a new stream, whatever it is. There's a channel specifically showing you when there's new content. And there is a channel where I post a weekly schedule, so you can catch the next solo stream when there is one. And there's also a lot of cool people to talk with. And if you liked the stream itself, you can leave it a like. If you like, you can also not. That's okay. And that is pretty much everything I have. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Good night!